Call that Flemish, Cardiacs.
It's
Not Belgian. There's no such thing as a Belgian accent.
That's true.
It's Flemish.
Being Flemish from Flanders. Get quest.
But he's not from. He's from Brussels, I think.
Imagine being from Brussels.
Are you from Brussels?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh
Yes.
dear.
If in the case that there would ever be a Flemish and Dutch unification, I'd rather not take Brussels with it.
Exactly.
They can keep it.
Exactly.
We'll just build a wall around it, like our own little district 7.
Yeah. Just go independent. Ease clap.
Why is this Lucent guy muted?
So what?
Mike is really soft now. This.
Pardon. Pardon.
Are you streaming Distinct? Ooh, I see a post in you for streams. That's by something.
I like how it still says new
I
campaign
disconnected.
and Byzantic's stream title.
Ooh, Dart drops. Oh boy.
It's
Okay,
still.
this might take a bit
What?
longer.
It's collapsing. We are collapsing.
This might take a bit longer to load, so I might not be exactly at 6 o'clock, so I'd wait a few minutes before I get to join.
Take your time, just hurry. Extend these displays. So Dart, did you crash?
My game did.
Guess we're waiting 50 minutes.
Is Thunder actually not playing?
Apparently,
But why?
I'm DMing him.
because Thunder is fat.
Okay, that makes sense.
Gerald is just scared of.
Very cool. Why do you ever watch an ad Distinct?
Yes, what is it, my good friends?
Because
Why
you're
do I
too
have to watch
poor
an
to
ad
stop.
before I can watch your stream?
What do you mean? You have a problem because you don't have ad block. What do you want
I
me to
do
tell
have
you?
ad block.
Well, then it's not working, is it?
Well, not
I don't
on
have that
Twitch.
issue when I watch Twitch streams, so.
You should sub this thing.
You also need the other thing, uBlock.
Need
or whatever
uBlock
that thing's
Origin,
called,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Yeah, get uBlock Origin.
Imagine only
Ditch AdBlock Plus and get uBlock.
active at a time.
Agonia.
Ik hoor je.
Ooh, on one stream I'm one of the 2 viewers, and on the other I'm one of the 1 viewers. Very cool.
Weird.
I feel loved.
Why don't you drop a yeehaw or something? Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Guys,
just
guys,
said it.
Taiwan isn't here. We should end
I
the
did that.
campaign.
Yeah, Taiwan never answered my DMs.
Taiwan is
Really
just
doesn't.
no answers no one's DMs actually.
I asked Temujin because they play a lot together.
Yeah, they know each other IRL, yes.
Yeah, and Temujin said, "I'll let you know today." And then they didn't, and
Why are you here, by the way, Kudiak? Just observe.
Just say yes.
see that big grin on his face on the stream.
Oh god. Fucking hell. So we're waiting on Darth and Kimmy then, or what's the...
Yeah,
Yes.
like Tartic internet's pretty slow, so it's probably better to wait for him to join. Thunder saw Gerald on Ottomans and instantly left,
I mean,
and he doesn't want to play.
no, you don't
What,
get it.
really? Is that the reason?
No, you don't get it. Like, first of all, Holo
Oh.
can't make it because he's working in down south. He doesn't have his computer. So Holo isn't there, and you know, having Gerald in India. No offense, girl. I really appreciate
India?
it.
He is from
Well,
India.
I mean, ornaments, but you know the fact that he sometimes does like you charge in with your infantry before you send in your artillery stacks, Gerald. So I really didn't want to endure the pain. So it's more like that. You know, having to have 2 completely different people on both ornaments and Hungary would just be too much for me. So,
Rude.
Rude.
I get we all look forward to this, but like.
You're the wall leader, you can't be doing
Alright, so how about we ask Nadis to sub Ottomans instead and Geralt can go play VJ?
Just ban me, dude. Actually, I can
Granted,
get.
neither are important because Provence is the war leader.
Well, if Thunder doesn't play, I don't play. Let's
you,
extend this for a week.
Well, if Purple doesn't play, I don't play.
Man, this
I mean-
campaign is so fucking cursed.
Yeah, but it.
Joking.
So many sessions.
I'm not.
Yeah, how many sessions? is
Alexander,
it?
you're here.
Yeah, I know.
Load the
play.
game.
No.
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 No,
Then
no,
why
please
would-
no.
Why should we allow you to play next campaign?
I don't know. That's up to you to decide. Honestly, you can make up your mind. But I mean, several players have lost before me, and I have lost several wars before. But right now, you're basically beating a dead horse, and you're forcing it to be like keep running. But like, why aren't you running? Why aren't you running, you dead horse? I
Why
demand.
aren't you running?
I mean, because the campaign is.
Why are you running?
No, but I mean.
Just waiting, gimme then.
Then he launches Bannerlord. At least leave the fucking voice check, you piece of shit.
Alright, Postman.
God fucking dead.
Did you disconnect me? You don't, do that. Yes, you're mad, but.
Thunder, you better join the game.
Look, had I left any point early in this campaign, you wouldn't have cared.
Remember how much time and effort we spent on fucking Jarvan staying?
Yeah, but I could have just pulled
We
you.
would have done the same for you.
Yeah, but Jarvan left.
Yeah, but he's not the fucking war leader in the biggest war.
I mean, then you kind of need to make the game not work like the fucking people deving the entire 40 hours before it becomes one major war, and then you get really upset as spaghetti
Before we
when
waiting
it finally happens.
by the way.
That sounds more like a fucking
Ethiopia.
game, like campaign issue, culture issue.
If
I mean,
Thunder wants to throw a hissy fit, then he can just leave, right? Just
Yeah, but he doesn't because he's a fucking mod and he keeps joining the fucking channel.
look, I'm sorry that you're upset.
Gimme?
And I'm sorry.
Are you close to
that you're
joining?
insensitive.
What if Thunder plays Ottomans and Gerald plays Province?
No. Like
Hey,
Thunder
look,
has his
just a
own
legend
nation,
slayer
I
then.
mean, what's the point if we
Hey,
of
they
playing
won.
right now? We have no fucking war leader for the western side.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, in this war. Yeah. I mean, we can just white peace, I guess, and start again.
For fuck's sake.
I don't know. Like,
Like the boss probably could have enforced the peace. Don't they already have like 41 squad?
I mean,
they
Jarvan is technically here if he could be
34.
nice as the sun.
Jarvan has the same piece of shit as Thunder.
I mean, I'm just saying. Don't need to be mad at me, buddy.
I think we should be mad at you, Slane.
Why? What did I do?
I don't know.
My deepest apologies. The first load always takes a bit longer, but
It's faster than waiting on the hot join,
just a few moments.
I think.
I mean, it's better to wait
Yeah,
now
isn't the
than
deal
have
that
me
this guy
hot join,
only
because
switches
you know how it
once?
works with me
So
hot
we should just
joining.
go,
I
shouldn't we?
crash at least twice before the break, and
No,
Relax,
he
relax.
played normally, joined normally the last 3 times.
Relax, what if we messaged Swiss check this up the first 2 hours?
Oh, wait, I also had somebody, now that you mention it, that might be able to sub. But yeah, Swiss check for 2 hours also works.
I'm gonna message him.
Did you DM Swiss check?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
He's just offline though.
Yeah, I didn't DM him.
Okay, sweet.
I didn't DM him before.
Easy peasy.
And the dude that said he might be able is inactive right now. Oh, he's typing. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I got somebody.
Nice.
Just reel them in. Reel them in.
He was already on the server. Very cool.
Kimmy, stop playing on the toaster, please. Please.
Please.
the fuck if I know why this one in particular takes so long. There was an... I'm going to play Imperator that was in the actualization front before it. And Creediax for not motivating my computer enough with its
Yes.
wisdom of
Clearly.
how powerful.
You see,
mean-
the thing that's different, Purple, is it wasn't a threat. It was a serious statement.
I mean, imagine how motivated my computer would be if it knew how powerful Ethiopia could be
Well,
through
it's
tier list,
clearly
but it
S
can't.
tier. Clearly.
Loading events now.
Defense. Damn, you really are slow, Kimmy.
Fucking
Holy
hell.
fuck.
I mean, I don't know. Last week it would be loaded at least 4 times already. I don't know what's going on.
Maybe we do need you to hard join then if it's so slow.
I mean, you are waiting for the new Provence players, alright?
Yeah. The sub. Buenos dias.
Buenas noches, buenas noches.
Oh, you're not muted this time.
I'm only muted when we play, you know, and I do something like calf or eat, and I don't want to others to hear, you know.
But
So
that's
I mute
always when I
myself.
join your voice chat.
Yeah, because I got a lot of shit around, you know. Forgot to unmute myself.
The IDs and the announcements. With the
I
password.
think music going quieter, that means it's almost prepared.
Why are you guys debating about this? Slaying. Why?
Why not?
Because it's not gonna be a productive anything.
I know, but let them be.
Caris? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now it didn't ping him right now, so let me help you.
What do I play even?
Provence.
What's password? Europe or Europa?
Uh,
With an A
Europa.
at the end.
Europa.
Okay.
Like
I think
the
you
name
do.
of the game. It's Provence, but you mostly Iberia.
Okay, I loaded.
It's not a big nation, but you know, it's the war
It's
leader.
It's an honest work.
Exactly.
Handshake, Borky. Okay, Provence. And who? Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
That is Malaya and Vidyanagar.
Is
Now
it
you
like
also know who
War
you're
of...
at war with.
Okay. Is it like War of Hackboxes or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh.
And Distinct is gonna go ref and gonna kick Hungary's and Ottoman's ass. So you know.
Very cool, very cool.
But thank you for hopping on.
It's fine.
Right, then we're just waiting for Kimmy to load the save. Ooh. And I think then everybody's in.
Whoa, we can play.
Okay.
Woo!
And people said we wouldn't play today.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
We still haven't
Thunder proved you wrong. He's not playing.
Who is my ally? Can you like to me guys?
Hungary and Ottomans.
Okay.
And you're fighting Vidyanagar, Nepal,
Ayutthaya,
Japan,
Wait.
and Malacca.
Are they even landing?
And Ayutthaya. We've fought in Iraq. You just pushed us out.
Best of luck.
What was I doing in again?
you're gonna get 2 province from Date. That's all I know.
Oh yeah. Who's even playing Tate?
Wait, did he even show up?
There's someone on it, I think.
It's
I am playing Data.
Okay.
It's my first time in EU4 multiplayer, so
Oh,
fine.
that's fine.
No one wants to kill you, I think.
No. No.
Crypto Time is on MP?
I'm not gonna kill anyone.
Holes on GTX.
Well, not in the new world at least. Maybe I'll invade Japan.
I mean, that's obviously.
Okay, so apparently we made it finally to the session. 2 minutes. There's a lot of player changes. There's a new sub on VJ, a new player on Ottomans, a new player on Hungary, a new player on Provence, which is basically all of the Mediterranean alliance. They are all at war with the Indians, actually more like Asia, which is VJ, Nepal, Ayutthaya, Malaya, Japan, and Taiwan, which I don't believe is... Oh no, there's a Taiwan player. Hey, that's great. So basically all of the Western nations are changing their players. They thought that the Asians would eventually win. We shall see if it's still the case. The Mediterraneans are pushing them out of Iraq right now. Basically the whole war started with Indians invading Brittany. Yeah, unfortunate, all the player changes. Maybe pushing the session week ahead. I'm not sure. Well, if we get a fun session in the end, it'll be fine. I don't think there's much use in continuing the campaign. A lot of players who actually are doing things are leaving, unfortunately. And right when it was actually starting to be fun. Yeah, so here are the... Oh, there's actually some Nepalese troops going in the... What? Where are they going? Going to Arbil? Oh yeah. Let's see if Firen is actually paying attention. Or will he do a fair bit of cannons? Yeah, they're getting caught and probably destroyed. Not much you can do about this. Oh, what? Hungary has no cannons. And weak general. Well, they are going to get them anyways. So on the Ottomans it's Gerald, who, well, is obviously not the best player, but Darf is on Hungary, and he's pretty good. I'm not sure how Gonshur is with the game. Don't know if he played. Also, apparently there's a new player on Date. Ruthenia losing a battle in Scandinavia. What? Oh yeah, he did. So what now the Indians are probably going to try to do is reorganize themselves, recruit some mercs, get a lot of troops, and then march to Iraq again. The whole war started, as I was saying, with Indians taking over the Spanish Brittany, which was a whole thing of its own. And they took all of this land. Then Provence invaded them. They were actually fighting Provence as well before. This was a lot of strange wars that actually didn't go anywhere. Oh, and actually the Provence player gave the fort, because every province here is a fort, just by the way. And he gave all those provinces to his vassal Galicia, which is a pretty nice move because now he does not have to pay for the forts. And I think still even just a few forts is still out of money. But yeah, at least he's fine. Apparently before And when he was occupying all of those provinces, his finances were getting destroyed. Taiwan is doing some sneaky action in Libya. The thing with Ottomans is they have no forts in all of... Actually, they built one, I think. They have it before. I'm not actually sure, but they have no forts in Iraq, no forts in Egypt, no forts in Syria, and barely any in Asia Minor. Which is a kind of weird thing that they had actually for a long time. And instead not having any forts against Ethiopia, kind of, because Ethiopia is no threat and no one can go up through Ethiopia. At least not reasonably, because Vijay would have to go. Well, I guess he could, but it's a really awkward way to attack someone. But against Mughals, no forts, that's kind of weird for me. I do not really understand why he decided to go fortless. He didn't even have that many forts against Ruthenia before. But also, Ottomans were played by like 5 or 6 people at this point. So maybe it's because of this kind of mess, because of the player changes. Oh yeah, and while the Hungarians and Ottomans were pushing the Asians out of... Oh, the Ottomans are actually pushing into India, which is a brave move, but probably a bad one. Especially with keeping almost 300k stack with attrition. Oh my god, how many men is he losing? He's like... Damn, losing a lot of men to attrition. And I think he's turning back now. Or no, he's... Okay, maybe it was a previous order and he didn't cancel it. That's also a possibility. Because I think there's no way, especially the Ottomans alone, can even dream of pushing into India. And another fact is, Ottomans and Hungary are actually keeping a lot of their forces in the back. Like all of Provence troops, which is 120k, which is something. Here's 40, 80, another 50. So we get 150, 200, 280, 320, 360, 400, 500,000 men. Way more than 500,000 men behind. They're sending like, what? Like another 500,000 into India. But Vijay and Nepal are going to be having some great amount of troops as well. Even already they have over 1.5 million. So 500,000 men is nowhere close to be able to beat them. How much do they all actually have? So Vijay is going to have 700,000. Nepal is going to field 300. That's actually kind of low. He's not really recruiting mercs, at least not yet. Ayutthaya, his troops are not that great, if I remember correctly, but it's still 200,000, which is what as much as Provence has. Yeah, a bit more. Malaya is also providing almost 200,000 troops, but I think most of his troops are doing some naval ops in the Mediterranean, which is nice. It's distracting, it's annoying, it's ruining prosperity. It's doing a lot of decent things. And they occupy all the islands as well. And they kind of need it, because if I recall correctly... No, it's actually only 34 war score. So Provence is pretty far from being able to enforce peace on the Indians. Okay, I think that's a good idea to retreat and form a defensive position in Iraq. Actually, yeah, the Mediterraneans are not going to get much more war score just sitting here. Oh, there's a revolutionary Ruthenia. Oh my god, that's an ugly flag. What? What? Oh god. Yeah, that's not a great flag. He's probably a super strong nation right now. Crew. It's probably not going to last long. Yeah, that's... What? Why can't they have just like, instead of randomly generating the flags, which is a cool idea I suppose, just go for like a set of flags. Just give a historic one, like one to France, and whatever like tiny revolutions happened all over the place, and just have a set of 10-20 flags for all the other nations that actually look kind of decent. This is not great. Yeah, Revolution in Ruthenia has over 1 million men in the field, plus another almost 2 million in the bank. You know, the Ottomans are barely affording to have 700,000 and 0 in the bank. They could recruit a lot more mercs. How many mercs are the Ottomans already fielding? They're not really using that many mercs. So in theory they could increase their army numbers by quite a bit. Yeah, on paper the Indians have Asians actually, because Japan and Malaya is also in this. Indians have quite a bit of an advantage. They also have 150,000 more cannons, which is not really that useful. For example, I guess Malaya uses the cannons for sieges, but I don't think Nepal, Vijay, Japan all need to have like 2 back rows of cannons. Looks like all the Taiwanese and Malayan. Oh, actually they're still trying to get Sicily. And the Hungarians didn't notice yet, I don't think. They don't have enough forces because it's a fort, I believe. Yep, and level 8 as well. So it's going to be one difficult siege. Let's see what are the Asians doing. Okay, if I moved his troops to Vijay. Nepal is he still recruiting? At least somewhat. And there's only 80k of Japanese troops. Others, okay, they're moving. How many troops does Japan have? Almost 400,000. He's keeping 80 in the reserve. His whose vassal is Belgium? It's Nepalese vassal and it's sitting in Japan for some reason. That's what? Strange. Yeah, it's already been going for almost 10 years, this provincial conquest of Badajoz, which is a province in Iberia. Yep. There was a huge war over here. The Asians fought till the end, but they were pushed to the sea, and now they're going to try another angle. Actually, Vijay could... Maybe they could try going at the Ottomans, but I suppose trying to transport all the troops to Africa. For Vijay it's easy, he can just recruit troops over here, but everyone else would have to transport. And there's 80k troops here. They could be preventing destruction, but they would use a cannon stack. 80k of just infantry is not that great. What I do wonder about is Malaya had a giant transport fleet. Oh, they're doing a minor landing in Iraq, at least we were thinking about. Here's one group of transports in Cyprus, which makes sense. Light ships, pirating, refuting the landing in Iraq. That was probably a good move not to go with the invasion. And more transports on Crete. I think that's basically all of them. Yeah, I heard that the Asians might be using all of those transports to do a giant landing somewhere, maybe as a distraction or something. But it looks like all of their land forces are just concentrating in India right now. Apple did recruit a whole bunch of mercs. That's like 500,000 men right now. And right now Indians have 500,000 men advantage over the Mediterraneans. Ottomans are kind of setting up a defensive perimeter in Mughals area, which is not that bad of an idea, honestly, because it's not like he has forts in his own lands, and at least over here he can try and force some battles on mountains just by sitting in place. What it does mean though is that he's suffering attrition on every last one of those stacks. 4.5, 3.2. Yeah, that means he's losing his men and not recovering manpower. Meanwhile, Indians are actually regaining some of that. Like, it's not much. It's like one battle, maybe even less, of recovery, but that's still more than the Ottomans have. After one battle, the Ottoman troops are going to get lower by 100-200k, just because they just die. Still a lot more mercs possible. What about loans of everyone? 13 loans, Ottomans are in no danger. 5 loans for Provence, and he's actually not getting any sap, so doing pretty well for himself, honestly. Hungary doesn't even have any loans, and he actually has a decent amount of manpower as well. And a lot of mercs possible as well. Yeah, so I was thinking that the Asians should be able to grind down the Mediterraneans and start pushing, but I'm not sure. The Hungarians and Ottomans have like very deep pockets of mercenaries that they can reach into. The Asians as well, but it's easier to recruit mercs when you're defending, obviously. Especially if you have a giant neutral nation in the middle of it. There's also the thing that Ruthenia could go to war with someone. I hope no one actually, they wouldn't go to war, because that would be kind of bad. The Mediterraneans would stand no chance. Yeah, just invade Hungary, and Hanover on its own is not capable of defending. If Ruthenia invade Ottomans, then Mughals and Hanover could be a little bit of an annoyance, but they are separated, so they cannot combine their troops. Ruthenia has before over 1 million men. Mughals have, actually they have over 1 million men as well. They have way lower manpower limit, which also means that they gain much less manpower, but that's a good start. And Hanover has 600,000 with similar manpower to Mughals. He has 60,000 recovery, and Mughals have almost 7. Yeah, that's Ruthenia still has more, and Ruthenia would probably have Prussia joining. And Prussia is not too shabby himself, to be honest. About as strong as Hanover, I think. Is Hanover is it about rebels? It raises maintenance. Oh yeah, he's killing. No, wait, that's Hungary killing his own rebels. Not raising the force, so I think it's just. What? I'm not sure what Hanover is doing. Looks like the Ottomans are trying to figure out their attrition problem. They should just like split it. Oh, the Asians are moving. And it looks like they're not necessarily going straight for the Iraq, at least not from the sea. They maybe try to go around. There is a like scouting stack of Providence troops. Oh yeah, and the Ottomans actually can see everything because they're still allied with Mughals. Yep. Actually, the Ottomans had no need to keep their troops in attrition. They could just separate them so they can sit without losing men and only put them in defensive positions once the Asians come. That's a lot of Indians and Japanese coming. But I don't see any Ayuthaian troops. Oh my god. How many troops Vijay now has? It's getting close to 1 million. Ayutthaya is not moving and they're not really moving the troops in one line. Just kind of sending them piecemeal, and Nepal is still recruiting. Once they go, it's going to be a strong push. Yeah, Nepal is almost out of recruitable mercenaries. Vijay could still afford a bit more, and he's making money as well. No loans. Let's take a quick look of the loans in Asia. Nothing significant for Nepal. Oh, there's no more slavery. Ayutthaya has no loans. Japan has 1 loan. Yeah, so when it comes to money, they're all doing pretty well. Oh, they're actually going for battles. I think that was a mistake because they're going into a mountain battle, and yeah, they're retreating. I think it's stack wiped. I think it's impossible to check right now. Yeah, but Ottoman troops are not really defending anything. They can just go around. I guess they will be able to cut them off later, but oh, we lost Imp, which is the Icelandic player. Iceland and the Americans as a whole did not do anything yet, but they just might once Imp comes back, because I'm pretty sure he will. Oh, sorry guys. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Looks like there have been a bunch of battles going on. The Asians are going into -1 terrain, but also a crossing, which was, I guess, difficult to avoid. Looks like they're kind of overwhelming. The Ottoman troops are retreating, and the Asians are pushing in. There are no more reinforcements for the Mediterraneans. They're all stuck in this one battle, and eventually they will be grinded down. It might take a bit more time though. There are some cannons showing up in the front line, which is never good news. Yeah, it looks like they should be retreating right now. Yeah, and so they do. Okay, so the Ottomans clearly need to put a bit more weight into their army. They have below 1 million men right now. Yeah, they need to merc up and by quite a bit. Still have 400,000 available. And it's not like they need cash. Actually, they're practically making little money. I guess it's because of all the pirates. This is the trade. Yeah. It's the pirates that hurt them a lot. Okay, the Indians are actually not stopping for occupations. They're pushing quite quickly forward, because there's nothing stopping them with no forts. Almost all of the Ottoman lands can be occupied without having to bother with fighting on forts. Now it looks like Provence tried to do something about the pirates. There's still quite a bit of troops over here. And there's more people coming from India. I think Alfaya is still sitting here, yep. He's being played, so I'm not sure why his troops are not going anywhere. Not going for a naval landing somewhere maybe, but not going to Iraq as well. Okay, looks like Nepal is trying to engage. His fighting stack doesn't have that much infantry. Kinda low on that front. On the other hand, the Mediterraneans are overstacking somewhat. So we have understacking versus overstacking. But they did manage to reinforce in time. And both sides have a lot of men in the area around. The Asians obviously have way more, because they concentrate all of their forces in Middle East. Meanwhile, the Hungarians and Ottomans still have a lot of troops all over the place. There's a Japanese squad trying to hit on some reinforcements. It looks like they're going to do pretty well, but this one has cannons, and they're going into -1 with crossing as well penalty. Right now it's 500,000 Asians in Battle of Halep. They only have a crossing penalty, so it's not that bad, but there's actually quite a bit of Hungarians and Ottomans still left, and they're going to win the battle in the north versus Japan. So that one didn't go as well as probably planned. Now Hungarians are trying to cut off the reinforcements of Asians. Japanese army did, I think it was Hungarians catching it. At least they're doing it better because they have a leader. They do get pretty nice rolls. Okay, Hungarians need to reinforce. There's actually still quite a bit of morale left, so it's not that urgent. And the battle in the south turned out to do a pretty big thing actually, with Hungarians pinning down the 200k of Asian infantry and doing a pretty good job versus them, I think, because they get the cannons. But looks like the Mediterraneans are slowly running out of reinforcement, and there's still like 200,000 Japanese left. It looks like it's going to be a double victory for the Asia. Yeah, but you can see there's 40k of Ottomans here, 40 here, here. There's the provincial troops who are retaking some islands, which is, I guess, nice, but kind of useless in the end, because what did they gain from taking over the islands? They are trying to contest the seas, which is not going to work out at all. But actually, somehow they are controlling the seas. I think, no, there's the 66 heavy Malaya ships, and they're going to crash the provincial fleet. And there's 200,000 Hungarian troops as well. Well, I don't think they even participated in battle at all. So the Mediterraneans need to get their men in position, and Ottomans need to recruit a lot more mercs. Hungarians are at their force limit, so it's way more expensive for them, but they could recruit more, at least somewhat, because they don't even have any loans. Even Provence could recruit more troops. Meanwhile, in Asia, Vijay actually still has a whole bunch of mercenaries available, but Nepal is out of mercenaries. And actually could commit a bit more as well. And Ayutthaya is also pretty close to the end, but Ayutthaya is not even fighting. And that's a pretty respectable 250,000. But there's a Nepalese stack forgotten in Mughals. Yeah, so with no force, the Asians are just going into it. And I don't think there's anything stopping them from taking over Egypt. And also I suppose with them controlling all of Mediterranean, then they can go around, but hopefully they do not get caught in North Africa like this. That's valuable troops for the Ottomans. And for now they can pass, but all it takes is one stack doing actually there's forts on both of those. So it's unlikely they're going to be able to snipe those forts. Still, Malaya is not doing anything really right now. Looks like the Hungarians and Ottomans are kind of regrouping in the Balkans. Not sure if it's the way to go, actually, giving up so much of the Ottoman land. Yeah, the Ottoman economy is suffering greatly. It's partially because of reinforcements, and he's rooting out corruption, which I know gets a priority right now, but I suppose just a few more loans. Actually, his loan limit is going to be going down quite quickly. So maybe he should consider taking all the possible loans right now. If they're going to give up even the Asia Minor, which does have some okay-ish fancy positions. But with no force, it's difficult to force engagements. You have to like your troops in kind of World War I style, not leaving any gaps. And so Asians are just easily pushing. Japan is mostly moving all of his troops to Egypt, Nepal, Vijay, and some Malaya troops as well going north. There's not much recruitment going on for Mediterraneans, and just on paper they have half the men of India. Yeah, Vijay has almost as many troops as all of them, Hungary, Ottomans, and Provence. So it's going to be rather difficult to be able to win battles like this. And the Indians are not really keeping reserves. I guess maybe IFI is there to beat rebels. Yeah, Japan is keeping 80k, Nepal is keeping back 35, Malaya 50. They moved all of his troops from Africa as well. So all of Vijay troops are in Middle East. And Japan now is recruiting mercenaries. Going through Libya and Cyrenaica is going to be very annoying for Japan. But it looks like the Ottoman troops are abandoning North Africa anyways. So it's not like it matters much. Yeah, and as I expected, the Malaya, once he actually start to pay attention, he just blocked the islands and is landing with 50k. And Malayan troops are not that bad, not that great, but when there's 50k of them, it's going to be difficult to defend. There's 35k Provence troops in Sardinia. He's trying to engage in a naval battle, but I don't think it's going to work out. Yeah, the Admiral is much better for Malaya. They actually have the same morale somehow, but the engagement width is much bigger for Malaya. For their retreating, I guess we just let them still go retreat. I'm surprised with the provincial morale. But they do not have any naval ideas, I don't think. Yep. Just, I guess, quality is giving a bit. Yeah, now the Caucasus fort line is defenseless. So there will be no fights over all those modern forts. Vijay will be able to just easily take them with no problem. But are they really just abandoning all of Asia Minor? That's a lot of land. And the Ottomans are going to suffer quite a bit. They will pay down their corruption pretty soon. Which I guess I have mixed feelings about this. Yeah, they're still not recruiting mercenaries. They could have 1,000,000 men, no problem. Then they could probably push back the Asians. They get some good battles. But right now it's not looking that great. Malaya is having more trouble with provincial fleet than I expected, to be honest. Okay, looks like there's going to be some battles in the area. Hungary is pushing forward. And they are grouped up pretty well, I suppose. Still, it kind of looks like the Asians have a big numbers advantage. And yeah, it's kind of difficult for Hungary to get more troops because they are already at their limit. They are missing almost 100,000 men. Okay, that's a nice stack wipe. 10k about from Malaya. Which is not their biggest threat. They do not have great leaders, I think. They have 6-2 and 5-3, 5-4. Where are they? It's actually not in a sign. I think it's their best general, right? It's overall 9. Yeah, okay. So for now the Asians are stopping with their offensive. They actually are just now reaching the actual fort line of the Ottomans. Before they didn't really have to take a single fort. One is going with their decent stack across the Cyrenaica because they do not want to lose a lot of men to attrition. And it's not that great supply limit and only one province wide. Hungarians are looking for a fight and they might get one versus okay, there's the leader. That's not that great, that's only -1. Nepal actually has much greater morale than Hungary. And they kind of moved a bit forward, the Mediterraneans, but they might be able to reinforce. They're going for a double battle. There are no cannons and no leader for Nepal. Okay, here he comes. Now it's a pretty good one. Better 6-6, yeah, that's a pretty decent one. And Ottomans should reinforce. Oh, they actually didn't reinforce in time. That's that might end up going pretty badly. Yep. Nepal has pretty nice leaders. Yeah, that's they didn't work out that great. I think the Hungarians moved a bit too far forward. They're keeping all of their reinforcements in Balkans, and while they actually have some places that they could put their units in Asia Minor, it's again the problem of forts hitting the Ottomans. No forts in the entire of Egypt, Iraq, and barely any in Asia Minor as well. That means they don't have where to keep their reinforcements safe. They're risking a snipe from the Asians at any moment. Germany is fighting Dahomey. Oh, it's a part of a Dutch war. That makes sense. So, looks like Asians are going to win much more easily, unless the Ottomans really start doing something. Okay, the Ottomans stopped paying down their corruption, which I guess gives them more money. But that's not their biggest problem. They need to spam mercs right now. Yeah, right now Hungary has more troops than the Ottomans on the field, which really shouldn't be happening. Also, I think they have... Yeah, Hungary has way too many cannons, I think. Why would you even need that many? And Hungary is recruiting mercenaries, but Ottomans are not. Gerard should really start recruiting some mercs. Yeah, actually Hungary is not really going down. I think he mainly consolidated his manpower troops, which is of course a good move as well. Oh yeah, there's a peace offer. And Ottomans could be fighting this if only they merked up. It also had ports like anywhere, because that's also a big problem. Why no forts on the Mughal border? That's I just cannot understand. Oh, that's not going too fast. This might take quite a while. Okay, and Iceland is joining. Hopefully Iceland does something, but I'm not sure who would they even fight, because they mostly kicked out the... Like, I guess there's the Dutch Mexico and Dutch Brazil, but it's not going to be a difficult fight for them, I don't think. Most of England is already kicked out of Americas. And even with Hanover's help, it will be pretty difficult for Netherlands to keep their provinces, colonies. Okay, attention if... Yeah, are they actually getting stab hit? No, it's not a stab hit. Yeah, and Japan is taking over all of the North Africa. This is quite a bit of Asian troops, but yeah, Asians have twice the infantry. Only because Ottomans are not recruiting though. They could be fairly even. But right now it's even getting difficult to have space to recruit them. Recruiting 600 troops might actually take a while with just the Balkans. And they're not going to be able to force blockade with ships. Actually, kinda weird the Asians are not sieging the rest of Caucasus. There's a fair bit of war score in those forts. And they're not defended at all, so just send a stack. Preferably with cannons, because just infantry will take ages to siege. Actually on level 6, and it should be level 8 at this point. Yeah, he could be building level 8 forts. And just a quick check. 525. Oh, Japan is actually behind in tech. Yeah, but he could take it at any moment. And it's pretty nice, but yeah, actually it's good for artillery. Okay, the Asians are going into actual Europe right now, going back after living it in Iberia. The Ottomans are starting to reinforce, and they will be there on time. Yep, no problem. There's so many Asian troops though. I think they have giant numbers advantage. The Indians are not reinforcing though, that's... Oh, because they blocked the Provence with their Provence ship. So yeah, so it's a stack wipe. Yeah, that worked out pretty nicely for the Mediterraneans. It's very annoying for Asians, but they should be able to just blockade it with, yep, all those heavies. And are they going again? Not yet. Wait. No, they're not going in yet. Yeah, but they actually control most of the Ottoman. How many loans can the Ottomans take still? 30. So that's not bad. They have super big loans, but it's not really working out. The war is not turning necessarily to the Ottoman favor. Oh, Castile might be showing up on the map. Where? Oh, on the Canaries. Of course. The provincial troops actually managed to hold on to Corsica and Sardinia, which is, I suppose, pretty nice, but I'm not sure if it's worth keeping 40,000 men over there. Especially when Malaya and Taban, if they only really put their minds to it, they could easily take them. Let's just rather difficult for Mediterraneans to reinforce in their own Mare Nostrum. Okay, I guess the Asians are kind of gathering their forces before another strike into Balkans. I thought they're sending some troops to siege, but looks like maybe now they're sending some troops to siege. I don't think they have access through Ruthenia. Yeah, they don't. Ruthenia is getting subsidies from Netherlands and Mughals. What? I guess they have a trade deal. Makes sense because Ruthenia doesn't have any nice trade notes. How much is he getting from Mughals? Oh yeah, just pittance. So most of his trade is going to the Dutch. Naturally. Almost 1,000 ducats in the English town. The Dutch are making 2,500 ducats per month, and only half of that is going out as subsidies. So yeah, the Dutch are pretty wealthy. Actually, their problem is their force limit is kind of low, so they cannot afford it. They cannot have a big army, even though they could afford to have a giant army. So they need to pay other people. Oh, is Vijay recruiting mercenary cannons? Yep, looks like it. I'm not sure if that's necessary. Like, I'm pretty sure they have some cannons over here, right? But they should. Yeah, like Vijay actually doesn't have that many cannons. I guess Nepal should have sent some of his over there. Yeah, like, those are not doing anything. Yeah, now they're just going to get some war score from the siege of Caucasus. I mean, they can just sit like this, taking over all of the Asia Minor and Egypt, and Japan is still pushing. And eventually the Ottomans will go bankrupt. I don't think it's going to be even that long. Alternatively, Japan could try to push in Iberia, and if they take the war goal, then who knows if the Asians are not going to be able to force a peace on the Europeans. There is quite a few less troops in Asia Minor, but that actually doesn't matter at all, because with the Malaya fleet in Sea of Marmara, Hungarians and Ottomans cannot even cross the strait. It's impossible for them. Which kind of means that maybe setting up a defensive position at the sea that you cannot really control might not have been the most fortunate decision. Looks like Hungary and Provence are actually going to contest Japanese advance in North Africa. That is quite a big uprising in Asia Minor. That just a little bit of manpower of Vijay and Nepal, nothing more. Mughals. Icelandic Mughal War, what? Oh, it's like a naval war? Strait protection, Casus Belli. What's going on? Maybe it's a fake war? It's just Iceland. Oh, and the Ottomans peaced out. So, yeah, the Ottomans are out of this war. I don't think they were forced out of it. Oh, sorry guys, I need to take the phone. Okay, sorry guys, I'm back. There was important phone calls, and the Indians are trying to push into. Oh yeah, because with Ottomans out of this war, it's just Hungary defending the strait, and it might. Yeah, actually, Hungarians might be able to defend this one. They still have. Oh, but oh yeah, that's just numbers, man. What can you do? And they're not even going to be able to reinforce the battle. And they do have cannons over here, and a decent general, so it's not a tragedy, but it's a matter of time. And Indians do not have cannons over here. Yeah, but they will be able to reinforce from the one battle. What this does mean though is that getting to Provence and Hungary might be a little difficult. I guess the Ottomans were forced to give access in this, if I recall correctly. Yeah, they give military access to Malaya. I think that, yeah, the conditional military access is going to basically everyone in the war because of Malaya. And they did take the Suez. I don't think we're going to see a canal built in Egypt, but who knows. Provence is recruiting more mercs. Yeah, so the Nepalese and Vijay troops are crossing over the strait, going straight into Hungary. But Hungary does have quite a bit of forts. They're not all of them great. Well, actually their first line is, at least all of them are -1, a lot of them are mountains as well. I think there could have been a few more forts in Italy, like especially in Abruzzi, the gateway to southern Italy. Oh, let's see. Yeah, he's definitely not AFK. I think that mostly the poor performance. Yeah, as you can see, the numbers didn't go much down that much for the Mediterraneans once Ottomans left the war. If they maxed up, they could have pushed the Indians, especially in the north, once the Japanese moved south. Oh yeah, and Malay also took the. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, and the Japanese can still cross the strait because of they control both ends. So it doesn't matter that Provence is sacrificing his ships. I think this war is mostly on Ottomans not marking up. It's 500,000. And of course the forts were a problem, but it's not really fault of the last player or two players, I don't remember. Because they were in this war for a long time now. Yeah, just Nepal and Vijay have more troops than Hungary. And 400. Yeah, actually, Vijay shaved off a lot of his troops. He is out of manpower, but not in great debt. Yeah, he removed a lot of mercenaries. And well, the Asians made it back to Iberia from another end of it, but still. They're going for a modern fort, which is quite brave for the Nepalese, but yeah, well, they do have a lot more troops still, despite removing a lot of their forces, but fighting on -2 is always really difficult. And they have a comparable general with the one from Hungary. Actually, the Hungarian general might be somewhat better, because he's better in fire and has +10 infantry compatibility. The Hungarians did catch a giant stag, which should allow them to defend the fort. And they are actually killing more. Somehow. For now. And despite having a -1 on terrain and not that great leader. Yet, so they're going to be able to defend the fort for the time being. They're good to push for Malaga because it's a mountain fort as well. Oh, so nice victory for Hungarians defending their fort. There's still one province of Provence not occupied for some reason. Yeah, let me do a quick map over here. There's about 250k of Asians. So yeah, the Hungarian province would be able to hold the Malaga pretty well. The Asians would need to send pretty decent reinforcements to North Africa to be able to push. They also lost a lot of their bases because Ottomans peaced out. They actually do not control many Provence islands. Actually, any, somehow. I guess the provincial heavies in the end kind of end up being useful, contesting the control of the islands. Because I guess Malaya doesn't have attention to spare to take them. Basically, they only control Malta. Oh, actually, it's Nepal, but not Suez. For some reason I was thinking it's Malaya. Oh, they managed to take one of the forts. It's not that critical because right behind it, it's another mountain fort. Not really sure why they're going this way instead of into a hill fort. Just trying to contest the most difficult fight. Wait, Hungarians are going. Did they send the troops before the fort was taken? It's a pretty big mistake. There is another one. I'm not sure why the Indians are pushing over here. But they're succeeding somehow. So I guess it's not that bad. And Hungary still has... Oh, actually he doesn't have manpower. He needs a lot of reinforcements. And he still has 120k cannons. Yeah, he actually doesn't need the cannons over here. Maybe he needs 2 cannon stacks on the front line. Might be useful, but his army is not that huge even. But the third one, especially when Provence already has a stack over here, might be a bit of too many. Actually, might be able to push here, but they do not know how many troops are in North Africa, so that's why they're not even trying. And Malaya, I'm not sure if he's sending more troops or he's withdrawing them. He's doing maneuvers, that's for sure. Yeah, Bosnia is slowly falling. Nice siege general for Nepal. Nepal has great generals overall. 6 sixes and 3 siege. Yeah, that's actually the same guy. Engaged too. Oh yeah, he named his stacks. That's pretty good. 99 army tradition, yeah, that makes sense. But Hungary as well, 93. Everyone in this war is high. Provence 80, and he actually didn't fight that much. Ottoman's only 67 somehow. Hungarians are moving. Looks like they're going to contest the mountain fort. Nepal does have higher basically everything. Hungary is recruiting more troops. Makes sense. And they're committing in this fight. And they're not really that much. They still don't have any loans. And they have 30k in bank. It looks like it's a big deal for them. I think Hungarians might have reinforced a bit too quickly. Oh, Imp is out of sync. Oh, there's the another stack. It's going with almost 200k in just to march into a battle. Maybe a bit of overstack. What's the current combat width? It's 38. It's got like 3-4 times the combat width. It is -3 for the Nepalese, but the rolls on the Hungarian side are not that great, to be honest. And with superior general, it somewhat mitigates the terrain advantage. I'm not Well, I suppose taking this fort prevented if Asians took this fort, it would be difficult to reinforce anyway for Hungarians. But I'm not sure if it was that elegant of an engagement by Hungary. Of course, he is going against overwhelming numbers. Still, like, Asians lowered their troops by, what, 700,000? They still have more than double. And did Hungary actually... No, Hungary is still keeping free stacks. Nepal has right now what? No, he still has 500,000 men. So what I was saying. Oh. What? So many guns. That's weird. So it's showing here that Nepal has only 160 infantry and actually has 360. That's what? He has 360, but the number shown here is wrong. And Vijay doesn't have 182, right? Yeah, Vijay has way more troops as well. There's something weird going on here. Oh, Data is going for some kind of conquest, but not sure if it's imp training again. Maybe a fake war for Data. Hard to say, really. Looks like Japan has been increasing its numbers in North Africa. They probably don't want to risk losing Gibraltar and having to retake the port on the strait. I hope the Imp, I still hope that Imp is hot joining to actually start a war, at least for the Dutch colonies. I mean, come on, just finish the South Africa for Incas and take Mexico for yourself, or maybe United States or Data, just to kick out all the colonizers. The pirate nation from 300 years ago is actually still over here. 200 years ago, actually. Almost there. And yep. Now he needs to select his nation. Yep, lock in, and not the weird loading. Okay. Oh, the Dutch are fighting Great Britain. Oh, makes sense, of course. They're taking over the rest of the isles. And they're gonna get alone. Oh. Looks like they already crashed the British position. Yeah, it shouldn't take long. Are the... Oh, what? What happened with Hungary here? Lowered his maintenance for a bit for some reason. Yeah, that's... it's really difficult. There's some weird things going on with the numbers here. Like the Hungary has negative units lost, as well as Vijay and Nepal. Not counting them correctly in the... Yeah, Hungary has... Or maybe it's just counting... Yeah, of course, yeah. Okay, I get now. It's counting actual units, not regiments. Of course, of course. So yeah, in actual units, Hungary does have almost 400,000. Which does mean that Nepal and Vijay have smaller army. Right now, it's Japan that has the biggest army of the Asians. It didn't fight in a battle for a long time now, though. So, right now, if we take only Nepal and Vijay, that's 450. So, assuming all of the Indian troops are in Europe, which is not the case with Nepal, who has 70k in Asia, then the forces are actually fairly balanced. It's a battle on open plains. Generally it's better for Indians, but not by much. Hungary increased their morale badly quite a bit. And yeah, I'm thinking this time the Indians kind of overstacked at the beginning. The reinforcements are still a bit more for Indians, but they are kind of even. The problem is that I think the Indian troops should be dealing more damage to Hungarians. They have bigger infantry combat ability, bigger discipline, 18%, and of course the leader is still helping a lot. Still, there's quite a bit of Hungarian troops still left, and they are reinforcing quite nicely. Okay, guys are taking the lead in morale for now. They're going all in with their reinforcements. It's 40k cannons. So actually that's not going to help that much. And there's still over 120k of Nepal and Malaya. Vijay is recruiting mercenaries in the area as well. The Indian line is still doing fairly okay. Oh, and they actually got broken. Nepal didn't make it in time. Yeah, so Vijay and Nepal might have been cutting a bit too many mercenaries from their ranks. Yeah, right now they have both under 200k, which, to be fair, is the same for Hungary. They should be having way bigger armies. Yeah, Hungary is not using that many mercenaries, to be honest. No mercenaries. Yeah, he needs mercenaries right now. And how many mercenaries are the Vijay using? Yeah, he's mostly mercenaries, which makes sense. He also did just recruit quite a bit of them. And mostly mercenaries for Nepal. Maybe Hungary has... Oh yeah, he still has manpower backed with the professionalism. But once he reinforces this army, it's going to be out. I don't think he should just go mercenaries. He doesn't have any loans, so I don't think there's any reason not to. Oh, and the Hungarians are pushing in Gibraltar. Brits are reinforcing, and they still have quite a bit of forces in the back. Provence is reinforcing as well. Let's see what's... that's actually all the troops for both sides, so the numbers are even, but the Hungarians are attacking a mountain fort, which might prove to be their doom. Yeah, it's only infantry for Japan, but half of the provincial reinforcements is cannons. So Japan is going to defend, and this might mean that Malaga will fall, and once Malaga falls, Asians might start retaking their Iberian lands. And it's actually getting kind of close. That's a good roll for Japan. And yield additional 40k. Hungarians didn't need much more, but yeah, just a bit, not enough. Hungarian back over 200,000. Japan under 300. And Fiji has 500,000. Where is he recruiting those troops? Yeah, he's recruiting them actually in India. Nepal still didn't find his 70k. Is it only in India or? Yeah, I think most of the new troops are in India. It's only, well, not only, almost 300,000, and they're going. Oh, they're trying to make a stronger push to Iberia. Now they've beaten them on the fort. And Nepal is staying there to protect Bosnia. Oh, it's a battle for the Easter Islands. Okay. That actually lost the battle with twice the numbers. So, unfortunate. Yes, looks like the Indians are deciding that Hungary is a bit too tough to beat. And I'm not sure if that's necessarily true. Just they might have lowered their numbers a bit too much, the Indians. I also lost quite a bit in this battle, but Hungarians are not moving back into the fight. Hungarians, I don't think Provence has a chance, but it is a mountain fort, so maybe. Their cannons. Okay, here are the Hungarians. Problem is now it's 160k Japanese troops versus well, Provence didn't really recover from the battle yet. Yeah, they do not have any manpower. They need to start recruiting mercs. Way more mercs. Actually, can they even recruit mercs? They cannot even recruit many more mercs. And they're deep in debt with. Yeah, I'm not sure if the Japanese really need to go back, but I guess they're more scared than they should be. And the Indians are coming. Nepal is trying to do a little push on his own. Let's see what are his numbers. He actually should have lower numbers than Hungary. Yeah, definitely, because he has a lot of troops still in random forgotten places. How the Mughals actually recruiting troops? Yeah, it kind of looks like they're actually recruiting troops. I'm not sure for what, but it looks like they are. Yeah, I'm thinking that Hungarians might be able to defend themselves. We're going to have a nice backstab over here. Taking out, oh, a nice stack whip. And they might be going for another. There is a leader, but there's no cannons. Yeah, it looks like Hungary is going to be retaking Bosnia pretty soon. And another stack whip. Easy, easy. Let's just mop up. They have still 100,000 in reserve over here. Turns out without their 300,000 of VJ, it's kind of difficult to push. And it ended up being a disaster for Nepal. Whose army is below Japan and Haifaya. Actually, Malaya has Berlin troops as well. I think it's all going to be stack whips because they don't actually have anywhere to go. They're actually kind of on something of a clock, because in 8 years the Ottomans are going to be able to end the military access, but they can just keep 1k on the ground and then they won't be able to. Oh, it looks like some of the Nepalese troops are actually going to get away, hopefully, for them. They're going into Greece. Maybe they want Malaya to pick them up. Yeah, right now definitely the tougher resistance is in Hungary. And once the Indians get there, and they're getting pretty close, they might be able to push in Iberia. Oh no. Yeah, that's not looking great. Let's see if he actually stack wiped. He might not. The guys don't have the great numbers. Yeah, he's actually getting away. Where is he receiving right now? It's Swiss? Or maybe straight in. Oh, no, wait. Oh, he's blocked in. Oh, damn. It should be a stack wipe. Well, the Hungarians don't have big stack over here. And Nepal did manage to regain some morale. Yeah, Provence is also blocking the strait. And Malaya is coming. Oh, but he's retreating back to Bosnia. He did kill a lot of Hungarians. Okay, the Indians are finally making it to Gibraltar. And with their numbers, they should be able to push past Malaga and then retake the war goal. With which the Asians will pretty much reach the 50%. I mean, they could have overtaken Hungary, but they just lowered their troops so much. Like 3/4 of their troops were just disbanded, I think. With Hungary still going strong, they just didn't have enough to push through the forts, because Hungary actually has forts unlike the Ottomans. The problem is for provinces, they don't have any manpower and they are not recruiting more mercenaries because, well, partially because it's impossible. Only have 16 more, but they should go with the 16 more. Vijay is just going for his full stack straight on the board, which is a bold move, definitely. Japan is going to be reinforcing. I'm just kind of thinking that there's not enough troops, because with Japanese reinforcement there's so many of them, and a lot of provincial troops are actually in Barcelona taking care of some rebels. That was actually a very nice timing for Asians. You know, they probably did it with economic, or maybe they did know because of the Malayan fleet. Yeah, it should be a fairly easy victory for the Asians. guys are fighting till the end, but the front line is collapsing, so it's not going to take much longer. And yeah. So 100,000 of provincial troops will not do anything, but Hungarians could move their 300, almost 400,000 from Hungary and Bosnia in particular to Iberia. There's actually nothing threatening them over here in the Balkans. Vijay is moving more troops to Iberia. Provence is trying to delay, and they are winning this battle somehow for now. But there's nothing for Asians? What? Where's all the Japanese troops? They'll just die? What happened? Is Provence actually going to... Oh, Provence actually didn't win, but... What happened with the Japanese army? I guess just that many of them died in this battle. Damn. They need to take this fort quickly, because if Hungarians get here, then it's going to be difficult. There is still a lot of forts in Iberia, mostly the ones they have built themselves, but they're not all on the on great terrain. And Provence is still not paying for his forts, which he might start thinking about, to be honest. Imp is no longer in sick again. Looks like Hungary is not going to risk his army in Iberia to keeping the 80k. Well, once he reinforces that, he actually might be out of manpower. Oh yeah. Totally out of manpower, but still not using any mercs, even though he could. No problem. I mean, he has money to spare. They did kill a lot of Asians in the Gibraltar and Malaga. But there's more Indians coming. 100k, 300,000 coming through Cyrenaica already. Is Ruthenia preparing for something, or just recruiting up to force limit? Yeah, I don't think it's really anything. Well, he is recruiting quite a bit, but it's hard to tell. He is below his force limit, and he did spend manpower, so it doesn't necessarily mean anything. And the Imp lost again. There's only 200,000 for Asians, a bit more now. And still, that's about twice the numbers of Provence and Hungary. Oh, and Provence is taking a huge hit at the start. They are recruiting more, but the kind of 1k reinforcements do not really give much. Yeah, it looks like this time J will not be pushed. So with all the Hungarian army, they should be able to defend this, but it would be a risk, because the Hungary doesn't know what is happening in Ottoman areas. Actually, he should. Ottomans should still just tell them what's happening. And since he's not being threatened by Nepal or anything, then yeah, here comes. Looks like Malaga will be taken by Vijay and Japan, and once they take it, they... Well, more like the Provence army just... Yeah, just evaporated right now. Okay, I did move a bit more troops over here. How is that doing, by the way? Oh, he did take the Taiwan lands and Hawaii, also some islands in the Pacific. And Great Britain is basically kicked out of Americas for good. Just a bit of pieces in Canada and Louisiana and Yucatan. And looks like Hungary is just going to stay in his lands and protect them. Asians could take over if they really wanted, but the question is, do they want to? Malaya finally got around to taking all of those islands. So apparently Ayutthaya was just AFK all session, which explains why he was keeping his over 200,000 in BJ. And Nepal was actually sending over 300,000 to Europe. So in the end, it's the Asians that win. It was a very difficult fight though. Yeah, almost 10 million lost for the Asians, and similar numbers for the Mediterraneans probably, because it isn't counting Ottomans. Also, we're probably going to have a break soon, and we're going to have a rehost as well. Oh, the Provence player also left. I mean, makes sense. Provence is not that key nation, and after getting beaten now and taken 100%, it's going to be in a worse shape. What will the Asians gain from this war in Iberia? I mean, it doesn't look much on the map, but once the province becomes an AI, it's going to be easy pinnings later. And with more land in Iberia, the Indians would probably not be pushed out that easily. Well, they weren't pushed out easily, but they did lose a few million men at a high price, but still. Okay, so server lost, we're going to rehost. And it's break time anyways. Let me just put up the screen and see you guys after the break. And we're back in the session. Apparently there's going to be something fun going on. There's still the piece to be decided. Who is that even? Oh, Malaya player. Like that I pieced out with Taiwan. I think it was a white piece. Maybe? Apparently there's going to be a pretty big war, I hope. It's not going to just end with this one and then delve into the end of the session. I'm hoping that everyone will just go to war. Looks like there's some more lands in Portugal going to BJ. They are taking their sweet time with the piece. Oh, meanwhile Hanover has invaded France, or whatever was left of it. Oh, AFI is actually Hotgenic. Hopefully he's actually going to play, because apparently last time he was AFK. Pretty fast load, so nice. Okay, so we're actually going to play. Okay, so PJ got a bit more lands in Portugal. They connected Ceuta with rest of Iberia. Also took the islands, as I expected, to be honest. Malta, Sardinia. Belarus and parts of Tunisia. So there's a lot of Indians and Indonesians in the Mediterranean right now. And they will probably be pushing at province as well. Yes, I don't think there's anyone, since they're allied with Hungary and Ottomans, there's no one really can fight province and take the lands from the AI. I guess if they break their alliances right now, they will have one more to get province. Hungary is also invading France, but yeah, I don't think they're going to get anything. Oh no, it looks like they had some kind of deal. Yep. Still, Hungary is actually not connected by actual land. So they actually should break the alliance with... Oh yeah, they already did. They should take Provence and maybe something in Spain as well, maybe Sicily. Hanover will be able to finish Lorraine as well. Hanover actually still doesn't have a coast at all anywhere. It's pretty amazing to be honest. Or maybe they will do some kind of trade deal with Hanover, the Hungarians, because it's a not efficient way of separating states. And it made sense before because they were blocking Indians from going into France, but right now it's kind of strange. Well, maybe Hanover doesn't want the coast, who knows. Coast comes with problems like pirates. No coast, no pirates. Ruthenia has all of Eastern Europe covered in troops. He's still actually recruiting more. Yeah, but he's not even at his force limit, and it's still just manpower troops. So yeah, so it's nothing. Actually, Hungary has quite a bit of a problem with alliances, only allied to Hanover. Hanover has quite a better set of alliances. Still might not be enough to fight Ruthenia. I think if Ottomans also had Hungary as an ally, then they should be able to make quite a nice coalition versus them. But Hungarians, Ottomans are still recovering from the war. Have quite a few loans actually. It's nowhere close to their limit, but starting a war with almost 26k in debt is not the optimal way. And he still lacks a lot of manpower. Of course. Ruthenia could get 500 million men just from slacking once they get a lot of manpower out of just making generals. Wait, Moroccan separatists have the... I think it's a flag back of some kind. And Castile is back, nice. Sorry guys for vanishing every now and then, I have just important phone calls. And actually what I was afraid that might happen is happening, and that is that nothing is happening. Just sitting here. That what is, I mean, fair to say that it's probably going to be the last session. And people are just not doing anything, and that includes the American people. They're not trying to kick out the Dutch colonies. Oh, actually, Iceland integrated their vassal of Miami. They control the entire North American coast. There's Prussia-Inca War. I think Incas are just after the Patagonia. Yeah, and Prussia is just an ally. Or maybe a defender of faith? Yeah, probably that's the thing. I don't think they were allied. Yep, defender of faith. Makes sense. Yeah, Prussia is going for the eco powers. It has enough banked to quickly switch to morale and discipline. And still needs the missionary because there's quite a bit of Orthodox lands. Okay, so what's happening? Who's fighting who? It's the Dutch Vijay Imperialist War. Oh, a fake war. Oh, it's probably a talking about trade deal. Yeah, there's a lot of trade centers over here. So Vijay just gave it to Dutch so they can better move the trade value to the channel. 1,200, damn. Over 3,000 ducats of income. Nice. They are spending more on the subsidies though. A bit more to Prussia, I think. I'm not giving anything to Vijay just yet, so they're actually going to be spending like 3,000. Iceland is receiving 1,500 ducats. Damn. It's going to be a lot of buildings. It's 2 manufactories per month, and a bit left for everything else. Marshall Plan for the Americas. Okay, so the Land of Fire is taken. I don't think Incas can do anything else except if they land in Iberia. They have any troops? Oh, they actually are. Looks like they're going to land in Iberia. And the problem might be, doesn't Provence still have a pretty decent fleet? Yeah, it still has a stronger fleet than what the Incas have, so they should be quite careful actually. Or they might end up losing their fleet and army. That's all the Incas fleet. Incas are unfortunately not that strong because they have a lot of provinces, but a lot of those provinces are really, really bad. Barely any of them is above 10. Yeah, they have, actually that's a decent death. But I'm sure like United States have, yeah, they have higher. I went third. Iceland is way higher. Even that is, I think, about the same or it's slightly more even. Oh, Incas actually are building heavy, so there are going to be they are aware of the Provence supremacy on the seas. They're going mostly for the colonies, which surprisingly Provence has quite a few. And they only need one colony, so it's not going to be too difficult to take. So what I'm hoping is having the Ruthenia and Prussia are giving some time to Hungary and Ottomans to recover at least a bit before the Great War. And Hungary just took all of it and is still keeping the coast. Iceland going for the Yucatan finally. What's the... Oh, actually it's a native. There's actually a few natives left. Oh, they finally killed the Pirate Nation. Whatever it was called. They're just taking their sweet time with anything. While still keeping all their forces in India. Not having anything on the western or steppe border. Which I guess in steppes is understandable, but keeping your mountain forts so open is a bit dangerous. On the other hand, Ottomans have no forts, so that's at least somewhat of an upgrade. Yeah, people are just keeping their armies where they always were, so not change. The Dutch have released the Welsh vassal for some reason, probably to save power. I'm not actually sure. Yeah, but actually they're taking over Great Britain might take them a few more years. Oh yeah, they're going again. There's the light ships battle. Both have no leader, but the Dutch have better roles and way more morale. They will end up winning this. It's only Vijay that's giving significant forces in Iberia. Nepal is nowhere to be seen, giving only a token force in Suez. Actually, can he put Suez? Is it the time? Oh, he can. Just a bit more tech. Oh yeah, so pretty soon he will be starting building the Suez Canal. And he isn't missing that much money, to be honest. He's building more cannons. Oh, he has 3 stacks. I think 3 stacks might be... Well, I guess it depends on the situation. In certain situations 3 stacks can be enough. And it's not like it's that much infantry you're losing from your force limit. And I mean, now he has barely any infantry, but that's because he disbanded almost all his mercenaries and he was out of manpower. Not gaining that much. Prussia pieced out. Provence is the only one left in the war versus Incas. Yeah, I was going to say this Israel looks kind of small Who are the Incas Thunderers fighting now? They're here again at the Cape Verde. Now he's going for Iberia. That's a pretty bold move. Hopefully he doesn't end up regretting it. Oh my god, if he runs straight into the heavies of Provence, that would be bad. Okay. Provence is going into a different direction. Let's see if the AI reacts at all. Still, Taiwan is pirating in the Mediterranean. Yeah, it's not really reacting despite them being able to really crush the heavies of Incas. Yeah, it's just oh, it's a trading fleet. So interesting. AI doesn't even consider using. No, he has actually a separate heavy fleet, and both of them could smash the invasion fleet of the Incas. But the AI is not really responding, and it's not brain dead because it's doing things with its army. Kind of strange. I actually do not know much about the naval behavior of AIs, but that seems like a pretty bad performance, to be honest. Not even trying to attack the fleet. Okay, Incas landed and still no reaction from the... Now they're getting transports, and that's not enough transports to even fight the Inca fleet. And well, they're letting Ayafaya in, but we have like a little over an hour left in the session. Believe it or not, that again having high hopes for the session will be my doom, with nothing ending up happening. Oh damn. So in 2 years, Shanghai will be able to invade Provence and connect all their lands. A bit of decent depth too, but at this point, players have such huge empires that Doesn't really matter much. Oh, Hungary actually has lower dev than both Prussia and Hanover, but I'm pretty sure they have more mill power dev. 878. Not just Hanover is just barely behind, and Prussia is actually ahead. Yeah, so right now Prussia is definitely ahead of Hungary in power. Everyone is living off subsidies from the Dutch, so it's actually kind of hard to say who is earning how much money. Based on production and taxation, Hungary and Prussia are similar, but Prussia is earning much more in subsidies. It's difficult to tell if it's from trade or just better deal. I mean, I guess it could be trade, but everything from Lubeck is also from other players like Rufinia. The Rufinian trade is probably going through Lubeck as well. Yeah, definitely from Novgorod. Oh, Iroquois are actually a vassal of the United States. And Iceland is still finishing the Yucatan. Oh, also they're taking the native nation. Just a few more sieges left. Also, the Dutch Mexico managed to snipe a few provinces off of Yucatan. That's probably annoying for Iceland. Rufinia. Oh. He's smirking up. Yeah, okay, so looks like Rufinia is finally going for war, and Prussia as well. But who's going to be the target, and what are going to be the war sites in all of this? Yep, also marking up. However, it's not doing anything yet. I mean, actually he's allied, so maybe he's not afraid. But at this point, Hungary and Ottomans should notice that something is going on. Nobody mercenaries coming, it's for sure that Rufinia is going to war with someone. The Ruthenian flag looks kind of like a bad 3D effect when you look at it. It's very distracting. So he went to over 3 million men with probably his professionalism, and is now recruiting almost 2.5 million men. Only 500,000 for now is mercenaries, and Prussia is 600,000, so overall almost 3 million men for just those two countries. It's quite a lot. I think they could reasonably be able to take on the rest of the world. What the hell happened where, Modo? Just look at the map. So the not really, as you can see. Just minus 70. He's getting a lot of money from production because of all the manufacturers, and he has a trade deal with the Dutch, so that's also boosting his income a bit. Yeah, but most of those are normal troops, so he's not paying that much for them. Also, the war with Provence, Hungary and Ottomans versus the most of Asia ended up being won by the Asians, kind of because the Ottomans just didn't merc up. No, they're only getting 400 from the Netherlands. Netherlands, on the other hand, are making a lot of money, almost 4,000, and 2,000 of it is going to different nations. They actually lowered their subsidies to Iceland. For a time they were giving them almost 1,500s. Yeah, basically all the trade is just in the entire world is going to the English Channel, and the Dutch are making it the biggest bank ever. Okay, now Ruthenia is raising maintenance. I'm surprised, like, Hungary and Ottomans act like they're not even noticing it somehow. Okay, Hungary at least increased his maintenance. Okay, and Hungary and Ottomans did as well. Now they're recruiting. And honestly, Ottomans should be recruiting thousands of infantry, not cannons. Looks like he's going for Hungary or Ottomans. They are allied to each other anyways. Oh, no, they actually are not. I think it doesn't matter that much because I'm pretty sure that other nations are going to be joining the defenders anyways and try to help versus Ruthenia. Prussia is probably going to help Ruthenia. I think Hungary was recruiting some troops. Well, kind of. Okay. So it's going for Hungary, and its only ally is Hanover, which is kind of a misstep. Prussia is actually not joining in yet. Yeah, but if other people don't join in, then it's going to be a... Oh, and looks like Hanover is not even joining. Yeah, looks like Hanover is just... well, I'm gonna sit this one out. Okay, maybe not. That's actually great news. Hanover is a fairly strong power. And yeah, the mountain fort is already fallen. This battle is not looking that great, but Hungary does have a pretty decent general. And he's reinforcing. The problem is Ruthenia has so many reinforcements. There's so many men. Like, there are men in eastern Ukraine still being the part of the same army. And Hungary is reinforcing quite quickly. I'm surprised other people are not trying to hop in on this war. I mean, they could just like try to enforce peace or something. They cannot intervene as a major power because actually there's more great powers on the Hungarian side. And here goes the last of the Hungarian army, and there's still hundreds of thousands of Ruthenians. I mean, Hungary could reasonably give up all of the Hungary proper and still defend in Italy and France, along with Germany, so they have a fair bit of tactical depth. They can retreat and lose a few forts, but big of a loss. But at this point it's looking like 1 million versus 2 million. So literally twice the numbers. And Hungary could have some more mercenaries. Like Hanover is going all in. Yeah, Hungary should just do the thing that Hanover does. Just recruit everything. Why not? I'm pretty sure Ruthenian troops are higher in quality as well. A quick check. Oh, ain't true. Yeah, higher morale, higher discipline, even higher infantry compatibility. Yeah, higher than Hungary is even more behind. 1.5 points of morale lower. That's a lot. That's very significant. Okay, Hungary is recruiting mercenaries. Should probably split his army over here so he doesn't continue losing to attrition. He's actually losing the great power status. Oh, and okay, he gave up. That was nice when it lasted. Oh wait, what? Actually, what was that? What kind of upload did I just open? It's so it's the war is still going. Actually, what happened? What did I just do? It did look like occupations, right? What? I'm not sure. Yeah, but right now Hungary is going much higher. Merriman works. He is losing manpower unnecessarily over here, keeping this huge stack. I think it's going to be very difficult for even both of them to be able to stand up to Ruthenia. But now the difference is only 500,000, so maybe with time. And Ruthenia is going to be losing a lot of men on attrition. But probably the same could be said for the Hungarians and Germans. I mean, with such huge stacks, such huge numbers of troops, it's very hard to keep your attrition low. If not impossible. Okay, Hanover has 3 battle stacks, probably similar for Hungary. So here's the advantage for the Hungarians and Germans. They have more cannons. Well, actually not more cannons, but they have more micro ability with those cannons. They probably have 3 cannon stacks each. And Ruthenia might have 6 overall, but it's still just one person. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I can't see any more of their cannons anywhere. It would be very difficult to find them. Prussia is still mobilizing. It's kind of weird that you're mobilizing with mercenaries. Oh no, actually it's just regulars. So he's not really mobilizing, just recruiting up to Forcenet, I guess. It's 100 over his Forcenet. Yeah, the problem is at this point of the game, if you're not sitting with 100,000 on the province, if someone walks in you with their 100,000, they could stack wipe you. So it's a difficult problem. You want to limit attrition as much as possible, but if you end up getting stack wiped all the time, then it's not really worth it. And they are sieging a lot of places at once, and still recruiting. The one with the... Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal. And Distant is not really keeping his stacks tidy. Oh, actually, Ruthenia won this pretty easily. Didn't even last long. And you will see that the attrition casualties will just skyrocket. And I think that you know, you can see that he lost 300,000 already, and that's significant. When your limit is 3 million, it's a lot of manpower, but it's 10% of your manpower just lost. Some of it was mercenaries, of course. Oh my god, the morale. How is it so big? Oh yeah, because the Ruthenians go with a bigger stack. Yeah, so here's the problem. Ruthenia went with 200,000 and twice as many as Hanover, and they just win the battle. And they eat attrition, but it looks like if you just win the battles, you don't have to care about attrition that much. And with so many stacks to manage, it's kind of comes with as a price of having such a huge army that he will lose a lot of men. Like even if he wins this war pretty easily, he will have lost a million manpower. Or actually, Streltsy working as a. They are being recovered by manpower, right? I think. Just like normal units. They at least cost the same. And the difference is still 500,000. Actually, I could make a quick check. How do the Streltsy work? It's kind of important to this war. Actually, doesn't say exactly if they use manpower or not. On the wiki at least. Another battle won by Ruthenia. No, they haven't lost a single battle. Which I suppose is to be expected with having almost twice the numbers, at least at the beginning. Still, the situation is not that bad because similar thing happened in the previous war, with Ruthenia taking over most of Hungary, and they still managed to push back with Ottoman help, and back then Ottomans in relative to Ruthenia were way stronger, but I mean they still can get more allies. Yes, I think I checked, and I think Streltsy still use manpower normally, just not to recruit, only to maintain. Yes, I think way more than 20% of force limit. Yeah, more like half is. Oh, Japan is joining. Okay, Japan is in. I don't think he has a direct border. He doesn't. But I mean, the 300,000 is certainly welcomed. Oh yeah, that's how it works. They probably need some more people to enter the war. And Hungary is still not amassing as much troops as they probably should. Maybe I'm underestimating the effect that the last war had on them, and they did lose a few battles just now. Yeah, it looks like they're actually out of mercs as well. We just go to the next Miltech. Yeah, I think we just went to 26. Just look how many Ruthenian troops there are. It is most of them in Hungary right now. looks like Nepal is preparing for some action as well. And Japan is just going straight through Siberia, looks like. And probably they're going to join Nepal and just invade from the east. And there are some Indian troops as well in northern Italy. I think they're kind of going for what I said they could do, which is just give up on Hungary and try to defend Italy. The problem is, after the war score ticks up, they're going to be very close to 50%, and once there they can be forced out of the war. Their Ruthenian prestige is actually quite low. So the Indians and Japanese need to hurry and start invading, because Ruthenia is going to be pushing, and once they force Hungary out, then it's going to be over for everyone. Yeah, and here comes Nepal. There is a mountain fort in Kärnten, so that's like the strong point that the Hungarians have to use. I think they do not have Treviso, which is a hill, and Brescia, which is hills. So they need to defend Kärnten with everything they got. Usually keeping 160k over here might not be the best idea. And Ruthenia is not pushing into Hanover because like everything they can do is force out Germany out of this war, and they want to finish it. The only way to finish it is to peace out Hungary. Vijay is giving contest to Hungary. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think 40k is that relevant, even though Indians do have a nice quality of troops. Nepal is sending his troops again through Mughals and then Ottomans. But actually it's a problem because now he's cut off. He won't be able to join his forces with Hungarians and Germans, and on his own he's going to be crushed by Ruthenia. Malaya is invading Great Britain, and it's actually not the... Russia is only joining because of the Defender of Faith. Yeah, I mean, they still have to wait for the peaking war score, which is going to take a few... It's going to take some time, and Vinay is attacking. I mean, there hasn't been a long battle yet, so like neither side have to use their actual reinforcement stack. The battles that did happen were just kind of skirmishes between the main stacks. And they clearly think they can do it. Now that's of course not ideal to fight with no leader and no cannons on mountains. They're probably going to retreat. No, there's actually still reinforcing. I mean, Ruthenia still clearly thinks they can take the mountain fort, and I wouldn't be surprised if they will be able to take it. Hungary is trying to delay. Oh, actually there is no leader on those infantry and no cannons. They're actually doing great damage to them. Yeah, actually that's true. They should have gone for the province to the south. But that wouldn't be really that beneficial. They would have defeated one stack. But they need to take the fort. And Ruthenia finally brought a decent general, actually still worse than Hungarian, and cannons the battle in the south. There's still a lot of Germans and still a lot of Ruthenians. Yeah, he needs 50%, but I guess he wants to hurry it up, or maybe he wants 100%, who knows. He's recruiting more mercs. Okay, so Ruthenia won in south. And they're actually not looking like they might win in the north. They do get -3 penalty to both crossing and terrain. Maybe he just thinks he can take the Asians as well. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, just look at how Ruthenia is stronger than everyone in the world combined. There's still like 500,000 Ruthenians waiting to reinforce Kärnten, and only 200,000 Germans. They're moving more troops though, and Hungary is pretty close to reinforce. This battle is going to last a long time. And Ottomans are moving in, but they're not part of this war. Oh, they're fighting Provence, I guess? Yeah, the not attacking in the south I think was a mistake. Hungary is coming back with 150k. I hope they consolidate before they go in. And Ruthenia is coming back with the forces that retreated, I think, at some point. I'm not even sure, or maybe it's new troops. Who knows? There's many more, both Germans and Hungarians who have already returned from Milan or whatever they went. And despite having a great quality advantage at -3, it doesn't really matter for Ruthenians, they're still getting slaughtered. Damn, 11k to not even 1000. And there's still 250,000 of Ruthenians coming. Which is, to be true, less than Germans and Hungarians. Yeah, there was another round of fighting where the Hungarians and Germans were killing 10 to 1. And another 7,000 to 1,000, that's a great deal. And now Hungarians are trying to cut off, but they're not going to make it. Yeah, it looks like in the end the Germans and Hungarians are going to prevail. Actually, is it possible to... If I see a report of this battle, another 11k to 2k. Yep, finally they won. What were the numbers? I think it's... no, it's Kärnten. Over a million Hungarians and Germans versus almost 2 million of Ruthenians, and a victory for Hungarians. Yeah, that's a lot of manpower gone. Over 500,000 to reinforce. Yeah, this might have been a bit too costly, I have to agree. But I think Ruthenia can call in Prussia if they only want, because they were allied before the war started. Japan did finally make it to the eastern side, and he looks like lost the battle already. He doesn't have that many troops, not even 200,000, but there was a peace of some kind with someone. Or maybe it was a peace by Japan for some reason. What is Nepal doing? Nepal is going through North Africa to Italy, and it's going to take a while before they get there. But the war is going to have two very different phases, which is the instant phase when everyone has manpower, everyone has like strelts and all those maxed out armies up to manpower full banks and so on, but eventually it's going to go to a grinder in which things like manpower recovery, max mercs, and money count for much more. And on this front, Rufinia is gaining 20,000 more manpower each month. It's a small victory for Rufinia in central Hungary. Actually, with this victory, Nepal should go through Balkans, but I guess it was better to just go safe way. So this was like the Rufinia took the chance to go all in. If they won Kärnten, then every fort later would be easier, and they might have ended war just right there. But now it's going to be a much longer grind. Oh, and here's the VJ taking part in this war. It just stack wiped. And Prussia is in this war now, which is under 500,000 men, over 500,000 men on boots on the field, and also great manpower reserves. This war is still far from over, I think. I think the Japanese, this kind of guerrilla warfare is nice, but oh, there's more troops coming, but well, they will have a slight numbers advantage, but I think the Ruthenian troops are much superior to the Japanese ones. Let's see the number. Oh my god. Yeah, the EU4 kind of struggles with negative numbers for some reason. What's going on? There's 8 over 2 million for Ruthenia and Prussia. And yeah, even with all the forces Nepal and Japan have, they still have below 2 million. And Hungary is really wrecked by all of this. Like, they barely have 500,000 men. I guess they're going to recover with time. Yeah, because right now they only have not even 400,000. Yeah, that's like it's kind of showing the right number, I think. No, it should be 2.5 million. Yeah, it's completely off, I think. I'm not even sure what it's showing. But it's kind of weird because I guess once it reaches 1 million, it breaks. I think that must be it, because over here as well, Ruthenia lost over 1 million troops and it's breaking the number. Oh, Ruthenia is out of mercenaries, which means almost 1 million mercenaries. Fireman is pausing for some reason. Oh, it's a mistake. So Germans are still staying on their defensive positions in the Alps. Ruthenia could perhaps try and go through Ruthenia, through Hanover, but the problem is it won't make access to Italy easier, because here's a mountain fort, here's a mountain fort, here's a mountain fort, another mountain fort, and only by... oh wait, here's another mountain fort. So access to Italy without fighting on mountain forts is impossible. I guess they could try and get some lands in France. I mean, here's a mountain fort as well, but you can like try and surround it somehow and do some fights in open field. There are farmlands, and by invading through Hanover you can force him out of this war as well. No, I don't think Ruthenia went over 4 million. Wait, no, it's not 4 billion. No, that's quite far. And now you're showing 4 billion. They're not even close. It's like 1,000 times less. They do have more and more troops. Ruthenia is almost back to 2 million. And I always like when players do this, especially when one side has more players and they can spare their attention. To just send someone to do some annoying stuff in the back or on islands or something like this on another front. I think it's like doing a lot of stuff. Those promises are of course not very valuable, but there are manufacturers all over the place, so it's hurting their income, hurting their manpower, hurting their prosperity over here, which is also very important bonus for Ruthenia. And I mean, another 200,000 might be useful on the front line, but there are other ways to do it. Looks like Ruthenia is deciding to go at least partially through Hanover and not bleed out on the mountain forts. The other mountain forts should be easier to access. Well, actually not necessarily, because the additional -1 from crossing was also devastating. Actually, he could have accessed Kempten through Crane, and then there would be no river. Which I think... Would he be able to win without a crossing penalty? That's hard to decide, but he wouldn't have lost like 500,000 men or even more in one battle. It's difficult for the Germans and Hungarians to engage Ruthenia in a way to actually set up the battle like it happened last time. I'm not sure that there's like the side with more troops definitely wants to engage in this kind of long, exhausting fights, and I think that the side with more quality should want to try to doing this kind of short skirmishes with limited troops. Here comes the 300,000 Nepalese troops. Actually, it looks like 500,000. I think us win their war versus Province, by the way. Oh yeah, they did. Nice. So now all of the Ruthenian troops are going to concentrate in Bavaria. And I wonder if it's they're going to try and force out Hanover out of this war, or if they're going as another way into Hungary. Both I'd say are somewhat possible. Looks like Hanover is going for an engage, or no. In northern Germany there's a lot of forts. Not all of them are great. Actually, most of them are on woods, so that's not too bad. And there are a lot of them. It's going to take Ruthenia a lot of time. All of them level 8. Even with cannons and a very nice siege general. Free siege and a siege specialist. Hungary also needs to keep some troops in the south, because if Ruthenia managed to snipe Kempten, that would be terrible. Devastating to their war. Okay, Hanover is going for a battle in Nuremberg. It's only -1 this time. And Ruthenia has even more morale. I think even slightly more discipline as well. Going over 10. Still millions of troops in the area. And I actually do not see any Prussians yet. Both sides are going to be slowly reinforcing. They did manage to set up this kind of long battle. There's 120k Prussians in actual Prussia, some more in Scandinavia, and most of them went to Siberia, so it looks like they're kind of separating attention. Prussia is taking care of the steppes and Ruthenia is pushing in Germany. they're not even like kind of trying to divide. And Japan is of course easily beaten by the Prussians. Still, it's like what, 500,000 men. And Nepal actually will be able to take part in this battle. Let's see if they do not turn out to be the key force in this. Oh, actually the Ruthenians got a crossing penalty. Looks like they reinforced somewhere else than the Oberplatz. I think if you just keep reinforcing from there, then you're never going to get the penalty, right? Ruthenia is also using a bit of cavalry, just as Hanover. I'm not sure if it at such huge numbers and the full line, it matters to have the 2k or 1k. It's kind of weird. Then many more reinforcements from both sides. And there's actually a small battle in the south, started by Hungary. They are blocking a much bigger force, but I'm not sure if it's going to matter because there's so many reinforcements ready to go. Yeah. I think they kept reinforcing from Regensburg. And actually keeping all of their forces like this is, I'd say, a bad idea. Hanover could just move into them and that would prevent almost all reinforcements. Kind of like Hungary did in the south. But it was less effective because Ruthenia still has reinforcements, despite having 500,000 tied down in the south. And actually that's a pretty strange thing about river crossing. You can gain it during battle, but can you lose it during the battle? I'm not sure. And yeah, you can see that he's reinforcing over a river, and with no leader, that's probably leading to crossing penalty. Well, on paper it looks like Ruthenia has way more reinforcements. Even with Nepalese troops who are actually fighting on the front line, or were for a short while. Ruthenians are consistently losing. Oh, actually now they're killing more Hungarians. But I think most of the time it's the Ruthenians who are losing more men. Which won't be that relevant for this battle. Oh, that's some nice rolls for the Germans. For this battle, who loses more is not that relevant. Oh yeah, now Hanover is going, but he has such low morale, I guess. Because I don't see another reason. Actually, his 8.4, it's not that bad. Yeah, but he's unable to keep up with the Ruthenian stack. And this one ends up as a overall loss for the Germans because they didn't manage to occupy them long enough. Now Ruthenia is reinforcing with 100k at once, that's quite a lot. There's still some Hungarians and Nepalese troops are withdrawing? What? Oh man, the Hungarians lost Kärnten. That's kinda bad. There's still Hungarians, but I don't think Hungary player is paying attention. He's not reinforcing. He's probably trying to do something about the south. Yeah, it looks like Ruthenia is going to take this one. Nepal is doing some strange running here and there. If his 90k were there, it might have turned the tide. Perhaps, who knows. It was half cannons though. Yeah, but now the situation is developing not necessary to Hungary's advantage. And now Ruthenia is taking Treviso as well. And Hungary is at -51 because of the battle probably. How much this? Oh, only 8 actually, so not that much. But another lost battle. Rufinia might actually go for a full one. Yeah, now they have twice the numbers of the entire alliance. Hanover and Hungary only have 600,000. Well, to be fair, Prussia also joined, so it's more like Rufinia has a bit over 1 million men. But still, they have basically got into Italy. They only need Brescia and Hilford. They also managed to take quite a few forts in Germany, so if they want, they can continue pushing over here. What is Japan doing in the meantime? Is he sending his troops to Europe, or... Oh, he's still in Siberia, not doing really anything. And Nepal is not really... Actually, he's kind of committing. He's just so low on manpower from the last war that he basically can only use his mercenaries. Oh, but I think Slaying is coming out of the backside, and he has a chair! 2 million men. Only regulars, no mercenaries. Hopefully he's going to go against Rufinia and not the Indians. I mean, because they can, and it's probably the last session. Because the war continues, and I think it's pretty clear that it's the Rufinia that's ending up on top in the long run. I mean, hopefully Mughals are not going for the rest of the Indians. They are not moving their troops really. He is way over the force limit, so he should be going to war soon, I think. And he actually can see the war because of his condottieri. Yeah, Hungary is not getting stab hitted. And Hungary did increase his numbers, mostly Hanover, honestly. And once again breaking numbers. Oh, look, Rufinia here actually shows 1 million correctly. So I don't know why sometimes breaking, sometimes it doesn't. That's pretty weird. I'm not sure what's going on. It's showing 1 minute over here, right? And over here it's wrong. That's... Yeah, Hungaris are trying to retake with the Nepalese help. Nepalese troops are not really consolidated. They're not fighting with their full efficiency. Hungaris are going for a little snipe in the north. Might work out, honestly. Unless... no, they're getting reinforced. Still, he's preventing reinforcements in the south. There's a lot more Nepalese troops. Meanwhile, the Germans are pushing in the north. Okay, that's working out nicely either way. Yeah, but Hungary could accept, and if you're stop hitting just for the sake of it, because you just want to weaker Hungary and actually want to take the 100%, then you run the risk of spending all of that manpower, all of that cash, for not much really. So I guess that's why he's not stop hitting. So in the end, the Hungarians and Nepalese are not really doing that much in the south, but the Germans are pushing pretty nicely. And if they continue like this, they could try to cut off the Kärnten fort like this. Just take the Zagreb and I guess Ostmark, and they can try to just protect Kärnten from reinforcements. Mughals are still not doing anything. And just as Vijay isn't, to be honest. Even Ethiopia is recruiting troops. Oh, well, I guess he's fighting, at least being part of the fight versus Provence. He might gain his Fazan finally. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing. Like, he's not even maneuvering his troops. He's recruited over 1 million men and just doing nothing with it. Kinda weird. Okay, so Ruthenia is protecting their gains in the south, which are the more important ones. Oh, we lost someone. Is someone unconditional? Prussia is invading Japan, and with decent numbers as well. Oh, we have a Free Sicily. It's a vassal of Inca. So many men are being recruited in both Germany and, I guess, France. Hungarian numbers are just really not showing up. Ruthenia is back to 2 million men almost. He is running out of his manpower though. But another problem is he fairly easily can gain manpower just by spending 250 mil power, which when you gain 500,000 men with single Slacken might be worth it. Still, more than half his army is manpower troops, so once he starts having problems with manpower, it's going to start to limit his actual numbers. Gemma's going for a... Actually, it's Ruthenia going for battle on the mountain fort again. Again with a crossing penalty, so... Let's see if they try to actually fight this one. They're not really reinforced it yet. We lose someone. Oh, we lost Iceland. Yeah, Ruthenia is pushed back out of the Salzburg. So basically he controls one more fort in Germany, so that's not really that much. It is hills, but he did make a big push in Italy. There's like another decent war going on. It's a Date Malaya war? What? Oh, it's Date going for his lands in Mexico. Might try to peek at this every now and then. Okay, so Ruthenia could stab hit. What could they take? I mean, 4 provinces. Maybe if they find a really cheap province like 5. I guess they just don't think it's worth it to fight such a long war just for not that much. And Ruthenia is pushing Germany and Hungary to their brink. Even with all the Nepalese troops. They are really beaten up though, and they're not reinforcing that fast. Oh, Japan is defending against the Prussians. They're not coming up. Oh, and they even got stack wiped. Thankfully, despite the numbers advantage in the Prussians with their decent quality, the Japanese are able to fight them piecemeal. And great general 6-5. So pretty good moves on the Japanese side. And thanks to those victories, they are below 50% now. Another battle in Germany going on the farmlands. Ruthenia does have a crossing penalty. There's a lot of forces on both sides. Ruthenia is refusing to abandon the Italy, so for the time being it's pretty safe there. I'm going to check out how much they can separate in a moment. They could try to go for something like this. It's only 4 provinces. I'm going to check how much they cost. There's 500,000 Germans over here. More Ruthenians still, but that's if you can finally manage to gain all of the wastelands they wanted. Ottomans control more of Iberia somehow. What do you mean long sieged some, like devastated them? But it's still going on. The leader is superior for the Ruthenia, just by 1 point in fire, which does negate the crossing advantage in half of the battle. Oh, they didn't even siege those. Yeah, they 100% should, but they probably cannot bear the attention. Look, another 500,000 for Ruthenia. God. And they still have like 300,000 in the south. Yeah, the battle got much more even. Oh, it's a show of superiority. Yeah, that's. I thought it was like a war goal thing, but they are fighting for battles, so that's very important now. This makes the battles much more important. If Hungary managed to get the edge in battles, then they can even turn the war score into positives. And without the war goal, Ruthenia cannot force out the peace, even with taking many more forts. So in that way, the wars in Japan that they won versus Prussia were very important. Oh, actually, the United States are on the side of Date versus Taiwan. There's still a lot of forces in Italy for both sides, but directly next to the battle, I think Ruthenia has clear advantage in numbers. And Hungarians have to actually get there if they want to reinforce, or I think they gave up this battle. They do not think they can afford to leave the forts in Italy. Because Ruthenia would do just what they did last time, which is quickly siege them down. Losing this battle does mean that they lose the war score again. Meanwhile, Japan is Prussia free, more or less, except for a few occupations. And the Prussians are retreating. It is rather costly when it comes to attrition. And they are recruiting more. Here's the thing, for example, for now, Ruthenia is fighting on their own. And they are, I think, having a great numbers advantage over Hungary, Hanover and Nepal, for whatever Nepal is worth. With also Prussia joining in, they will just completely smash them, I think. Right now it's again slightly over 500,000 for Hungary and Hanover together. Just half what Ruthenia has. Actually, looks like Hungary has demolished the forts in Bosnia. They had 2 modern forts over here. Maybe they did it to lower the war score after Ruthenia cut them off in Italy. Let's see what if Ruthenia could take the 4 provinces. No, Linz alone is 30 war score. Like, they would almost need to get to 92 to be able to force this. It's even worse. Like this. Yeah, it's a bit too good provinces in this area. Used to be my provinces in Austria. And Ruthenia doing another great recruitment drive, just as Hanover. And 200,000 more. Hanover is over 500,000 again. Another battle in Salzburg, which is the mountain fort. It's almost cut off from the reinforcements. Might be a bit of a problem for the Germans and Hungarians. And they need to start reinforcing quite quickly. Ruthenians are going over the river, so they might end up getting the crossing penalty again. Not yet. Yeah, the Ruthenians can't cut them off. They will be still fighting on mountains, but they should be able to win in Salzburg. Yep. Luckily for Hungarians, they got caught over here and not in the Salzburg pit grinder. They should be able to win at least in Tyrol. Where's the battle in? Yeah, it's not much happening, just that they took over the lands and Taiwan has no land presence. Oh, New Providence still exists somehow. It's a Battle of Iceland. Oh, and the Tyrol is still getting sieged. So Ruthenia already lost as many men as the Asians did during the Great War before. Oh, someone pissed out. Who was that? I think maybe some kind of AI or something. Germans are going for Ulm. It is a +1, and I think they have a superior leader by quite a bit. And if Germans wanted, they could cut off the Ruthenians with the siege. Okay, Ruthenians going over the river again. Now they actually don't have a choice, they would have to take Ansbach, so that's fair. And Ruthenia actually abandoned the forts in the south. If the Italians really wanted, they could try to retake some of them. And I mean, they probably should try. There are not that many Germans left to fight. And the Nepalese overall is like 150k at this point. Guess most of the forces are actually in Asia. Yeah, there's at least twice as many Ruthenians as there are Germans. Okay, Hungary is going for Treviso. What they really want though is Kärnten. And at this point Tyrol as well. Yeah, the Hungarians are very scared of Ruthenians. Not even trying to properly try and take them in battle, just running away. And they are not reinforcing the fight in the north. That's kind of bad, I think. Because he's like almost 500,000 men in the south, and they're not doing anything. Meanwhile, the Germans are struggling to stop the Ruthenian advance. Okay, now Nepal is moving. There is 200,000 Ruthenians on the modern forts, but they've not been trying to engage. Yeah, here's the crossing penalty. And almost all of the reserves were thrown into battle, and Ruthenia still has advantage in morale and 500,000 men in reserve. There are just so many more of them. Yeah, so now it's ending up looking how I expected it to look from the beginning. Hungary and Ruthenia and Hanover, especially with Hungary being so exhausted after fighting with Asians. And Ruthenia is just so much more numerous. When they have 500,000 more men in reserve, there's just not much they can do. It looks like Ruthenia is going to be going for 100%er on Hungary. At least, not even eventually, it's going to be pretty soon. With such big battles, there's a lot of war score going towards the winner. Ottomans took the province, okay, in the middle of Hanover. Interesting move. And we're going for another giant recruitment drive. And the Hungarians are protecting the Italian border for the time being, but I think it's mostly because Ruthenia didn't bother to advance over there yet. I mean, it's just farmlands here. Could easily crash this Hungarian army and then go for Brescia. Why is Nepal so struggling with reinforcements over here? He actually isn't out of manpower. Instead they're going... Oh no, Nepal got caught and lost a bunch of their troops. Oh, he's recruiting his mercenaries in Tunis. Actually Tunis only, not even in the Suez. Are all of his troops in? Oh, he's keeping this strange 30k in China. I mean, overall the numbers look okay, but Japan is not participating at all. And after Ruthenia finishes another recruitment drive, they're going to have another 200,000. And they are so close to running out of manpower. But yeah, if only he wanted, he could just spend some millpower and slacken. Yeah, at this point, most of his troops are mercenaries. Almost all Strelts are dead. So it was a very expensive war. No loans, interestingly enough. no loans for Hanover as well, 78k in bank. And some loans for Hungary, actually quite a few. Only 10. Which is 1/4 of the way to bankruptcy, but still that's quite far. And Hanover could help him. Another battle going on in Pfalz. -1 for Rufinia. Imperial leader for Rufinia. There is a +10 non-fire damage, which is pretty nice for Hanover. Rufinia does have its troops kind of disorganized. They cut him in the middle of recruitment drive. So it's quite a lot of micro to actually get those troops going. And Hanover is trying to use that, going for a strike versus an infantry stack. No leader for the time being. Dealing some nice damage right now. And they actually pushed it back from Pfalz. But they need a bunch of more victories like this to actually get somewhere. Yeah, they're kind of trying to route the Ruthenians using the fact that they're so disorganized. They're continuing to push and getting a lot of stack ups, I think. It's obviously kind of hard to tell. They get another victory in Heidelberg. And going... Okay, here's some small stack wipes. And they're continuing to push. Okay, this whole thing is ending up quite nicely. Ruthenia didn't have time to organize the troops and now they're kind of running around. Not using their numbers correctly. Here like 200k, but they're standing there. Now they're reinforcing. Okay. Okay, actually the Germans lost the battle, they shouldn't have lost it. They were doing quite nicely. And they could kill the 8k over here. Oh, they're also trying to retake forts. That's important. They took back Nuremberg and Ulm. And they're recruiting more troops and fighting in Ansbach, which is not a fort, but looks like a decent battle, so they're trying to take it. Meanwhile, Ruthenia has actually almost abandoned their land in the south. So if Nepal and Hungary started pushing, they might be able to do something in Italy. It looks like all of this fighting is finally putting a dent in Ruthenian numbers. But yeah, now Prussia is still capable of going in fresh. Okay, Ruthenia is pushed back off Ansbach and getting some stack ups as well. There's another battle in Ulm. Oh, here's a very low morale stack. They could try and engage this one. Damn, if only... They actually know how many troops are there in the south. They should definitely push. They have like 50k more. Lost battle for the Germans. I mean, overall they made a nice counterattack, but oh damn it, Russians are not really engaged. They're not really committing right now. But where are the Japanese troops? Oh, they're sitting in Japan. Yeah, it looks like all of the Japanese army is sitting in Japan. Ruthenia is doing another recruitment drive, and I think they should use this occasion and do like they did last time, which is try to push during the time when Ruthenia is recruiting. Oh my god, they're losing so many stacks from... Maybe it was consolidating as well, but... Yeah, Ruthenia is actually going close to 1 million, which is the lowest they've been in a long time. But this push is also very costly for Hanover and Hungary. Ruthenia is leaving another stack north. They should really consider moving with their army there and go for Treviso at least. Yeah, Ruthenia is below 1 million. Which means if you add Hanover, Hungary and Nepal, they actually have more. They're kind of doing it in a weird way right now. Not reinforcing this battle, but going for another one. It's kind of weird. And now they definitely have the advantage in the south. Let's take a big look over the entire battle. It looks like the Prussians are kind of slowly pushing, but it's starting to be quite a bit of land. Ottomans got here. Oh, so maybe there was some kind of deal between with the Netherlands. Maybe now the Netherlands are going to cut off them from subsidies. I mean, money doesn't mean much at this point because everyone is just recruiting all the mercenaries they can. How are the Space Marines looking, by the way? Not that great, to be honest. Ruthenia should have a higher morale. Actually, they don't, probably because of their prestige or something. No, they have high prestige. Still, Prussia and Ruthenia have higher morale than Hanover, but they're still not doing anything in the south. They have more troops and they're just letting them waste. Meanwhile, the Germans are struggling to keep the enemies out of half of their country because half of it is already occupied. They did manage to push the Prussians back, but the Prussians have way more. Even Ruthenia is just constantly recruiting more troops. And back to over 1 million. Meanwhile, Hanover has never been so low. Hungary is not doing that great either. And it's over. We end in January. Oh, and now Slaying declares the war. Oh, nice. Wait, what? It's a Dutch war? A kind of trade war between Mughals and Netherlands? Well, GG. Interesting session in the end. A nice battle, a nice war of Mediterraneans versus Asians for the first half, and then another war ending, starting kind of late between Prussia and Ruthenia versus Hungary, Hanover, and Nepal and Japan. It ended quite nice. I'm thinking it's going to be the last session in the campaign because some people. I wouldn't mind seeing more of this, honestly, because these kind of huge wars, I don't have much experience with watching them, and I kind of like this kind of dynamic with manpower lowering, and kind of you see the manpower is dwindling because of pushes and counter pushes. But we'll see if people actually want to play. I mean, despite what there being so much happening, people in New World barely did anything the entire session. VJ did only stuff for the first half. Mugos didn't do anything. AFA, I think he was absent for at least part of the session, so it's not really that relevant. Ottomos also did not much for half of the session. Despite if they did fight in this war, they do have 1 million manpower right now in the bank, and only 500,000 men on the field, but it's without any mercenaries. Yep, so they could field a giant army as well. And easily retake Hungary. Ruthenia still has a lot of manpower. I cannot see if he's spending his manpower on generals, and then he maybe was, because he is gaining a lot of manpower. He gains enough in like 3 years for Slacken. But actually less, because it's 50 times 5, so 250, and he gets 15. Yeah, so actually every, not even 2 years he can Slacken. Yeah, that's make it much more difficult, now that I think about it. But his numbers are, I think, decreasing slowly. At least when it's not 2 million, at least, anymore. It's not like he actually can get them any higher. He only has 60 mercenaries available, and he's constantly recruiting them anyways. But we'll see. Maybe, probably if it's the last session, then next week is going to be break. And between campaigns. And if it's not, then I'm just going to stream it probably, because I'm just sitting in my house anyways. So, GG everyone. See you next week.
Give him.